All right, race fans, boogity, 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 let's go racing, as it is going to be Heat 1 for your POWRi Midwest Modifieds. On the pole, Heat number 1, going to be the 21K of Sam Keller into his outside, the 41 of Alex Schultz. Row number 2 is going to be the 25 of Eli Muhlenberg and the 79A of the Opportunist Trent Wynn. Row 3, you got the 25T of Austin Treadway and the 15W of Corey Wilson. And your 4th and final row going to be the 83R of Ryan Smythe and the 32R of Rich Dennison. All right, ladies and gentlemen, lights are down. We're going to be green flag out of turn 4. Going to fill the work on into 3. Out of 4, green cone, green flag is in the air. And we're going to motor off down to the 1 and 2. Alex Schultz going to jump out to that race lead, but look out, here comes Trent Wynn, Eli Muhlenberg, Sam Keller going to be there, Corey Wilson, as they're all going to be bumper to bumper, door to door, coming out of turn 1, or turn 4. Lap 1 goes to 41 of Alex Schultz. Our top 5 in passing points are going to join the 5 deep. Last week's feature winner, Dustin Dennison, for a 6-lap pole dash here a little bit later tonight. So every lap counts for these drivers. If you're in the worst, you want to get the first. As Alex Schultz can still have that race lead out front, 2 laps down, 6 to go. Trent Wynn going to be right down there on the bottom side. Trying to get around the 41 there of Alex Schultz. And Schultz going to hold on. Oh, look out. We got trouble in turn 4. The 32 of Rich Dennison loops it around in turn 4. Austin Treadway had to stomp on the brakes to avoid T-boning Rich Dennison there as the first caution of the night comes out. Green flag going to be in the air as Alex Schultz going to lead him on down the front stretch and into turn 1. 3 laps now, 5 to go. Oh, Schultz goes up the hill. Trent Wynn got to capitalize. As Trent Wynn going to be down the bottom side there. Schultz going to gather it back up and regain the lead as he slides up the hill again. Drag race to the line. Trent Wynn going to be out front in the 79A. Trent Wynn, we call him the opportunist. As you just seen, he's patient, he waits. And when the driver in front of him messes up, he takes the opportunity. Out of turn 4, the 79A going to be out front. Alex Schultz, Eli Muhlenberg, your top 3. Corey Wilson, Sam Keller going to round out your top 5. Ryan Smythe, Rich Dennison, and Austin Treadway round out the field. As they're going to go down the back stretch into 3. Coming into turn 4, it's still Trent Wynn. And Trent Wynn going to start to pull away from the rest of the field as he's going to have a half a straightaway lead over the 41 Alex Schultz. White flag, one more trip around for the 79A and Trent Wynn. As they're going to go down the back stretch here for the final time in Heat 1 for your POWRi Midwest Modified third annual Bill Ragland Memorial checkered flag to Trent Wynn. Alex Schultz second, and Eli Muhlenberg going to take home that top 3 here for Heat 1. And that's going to wrap up heat number 1. Up next, going to be heat number 2 on the pole. Going to be the 5D of Dustin Dennison into his outside, the 15R of Oakley Ragland. Row number 2 going to be the 33 of Steve Muhlenberg and the 27 of Terry Williams. Row 3 is going to be the 27T of Dustin Mathis and the 122 of Michael Maggard. Row 4 going to be the 35E of Luke Aiken and the 75 of Colby Lathrop. Green flag out of turn 4. Here we go. Oakley Ragland, Steve Muhlenberg going to be door to door down to 1 and 2. Ragland going to have the edge as they come out of 2 down the back stretch. Luke Aiken going to slide up into that number 3 spot. Terry Williams sits fourth with Michael Maggard to his outside. Maggard going to try to pick up the daily double as lap 1 going to go to Muhlenberg, then Ragland. Aiken and Maggard going to be right there up into 4th. Maggard up on the top shelf. Going to try to run down that 35E machine. Muhlenberg going to hold on to that number 1 spot as they come out of turn 4. The man on the move is Michael Maggard as he's going to be up to 3rd. Oh, Dustin Mathis off the power coming into the infield off the back stretch as he's going to park it right down here in the mighty midway infield. Ragland slides up the hill, 3 wide down the front stretch. Michael Maggard wheeling and dealing as he's going to work up there to that number 2 spot. Now he's got to run down the 33 as Steve Muhlenberg leads the charge, catfishing down on the bottom side. Laps ticking down here. It's Muhlenberg, Maggard, Aiken, your top 3. Ragland, Williams, and Lathrop round out the field. As Dustin Mathis had trouble earlier in the heat race, had to pull off. And everybody down on the bottom side through 3 and 4. As we're going to be almost single file, kindergarten style. Oakley Ragland still running that midline. They're battling it out with Terry Williams for 4th and 5th. Steve Muhlenberg leads the charge, but Maggard closing the gap. Maggard to the back bumper now. As we're going to go down the back stretch into 3. Maggard going to go up to the top side. They're going to come out of turn 4. You're going to see the white flag. One more trip around. As Maggard going to stay up on the top side of the Speedway. Down the back stretch, the field's going to go for the final time here in heat number 2. Into 3, it's going to be checkers or wreckers, make it or break it time. Out of turn 4, checkered flag for the 33 is Steve Muhlenberg. Michael Maggard 2nd and Luke Aiken 3rd. Heat number 3, ladies and gentlemen, the 14 of John Newell on the pole. The 28C is Shane Creech right there to his outside. Row number 2, going to be the 64 of Pete Richardson into his outside. The 23 of Mark Big Daddy Simon. Row number 3 going to be 65 junior Carter Jackson. The 10 of James Heinrich. And row number 4 going to be the 68 of Donnie Betts and the 8K of Tyler Knudsen. Out of turn 4, green flag is in the air. Richardson, Simon already on a good jump. As Richardson's already going to shoot up to that number 1 spot. Here comes Mark Simon. Simon going to follow him into second. Out of turn 4, it's Richardson, Simon, Newell, Creech, Jackson. That's your top 5, followed by Knudsen, Betts, and Heinrich. Oh, look out. Heinrich loops it around over there in 1 and 2 as he's going to be facing the wrong direction. Yellow is out. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Out of turn 4, green flag is in the air as we're going to get back to business. Down to the 1 and 2, Richardson, Simon goes down in there door to door. Richardson going to have the edge down the back stretch. Tyler Knudsen up to that number 5 spot as it is a cluster here in the mid-pack. Out of turn 4, Richardson, Simon. Tyler Knudsen up to 3rd in front of John Newell, sits in 4th. Here comes Carter Jackson in the 65. Donnie Betts 4 wide down the back stretch into 3. Holy moly, we got a race. A little bit of contact between Betts and Creech as we are, Shane Creech off the power at the top of turn 4. Yellow, yellow. We go immediately to the yellow for the 28C of Shane Creech. Oh, so it looks like we're calling in the hook. Calling in the tow truck there for the 28C of Shane Creech as he has broke. I almost bet it happened when they went 4 wide down the backstretch and into 3. There was a little bit of contact between Betts and Creech, and I bet you something on that front end broke. Down the back stretch and into 3, Delaware double file restart. Pete Richardson leads them. Simon Knudsen, row 2, green flag is in the air as Tyler Knudsen going to be trying to look up front. Pete Richardson, Mark Simon's got their work cut out for him. Simon down to the bottom side. Richardson holds on to the lead as they're going to go down the back stretch. Simon going to go to the top shelf. Knudsen going to cross him over. Simon slides up the hill as Pete Richardson starting to walk away. Tyler Knudsen right down there, going to be door-to-door silhouetting it with Mark Simon on the bottom. As Knudsen going to move into that number 2 spot. Pete Richardson going to try to be gone like yesterday as they're going to work through 3 and 4. After Simon, it's Carter, 4th, Betts, 5th. Newell and Heinrich rounds out the field. As they're going to go down the back stretch and into 3, single file. Everybody down on the bottom side. You're going to see 2 to go this time by for the 64 of Pete Richardson. As they're going to come down the back stretch and into 3. Pete Richardson, a very, very good lead out front. As you got the white flag, one more trip around. Simon now up to the quarter panel of Knudsen. Oh, he slides it in there hard. A little bit of left side, 11 and right side romance. As they're going to go down the back stretch for the final time. Down at turn number 4, checkered flag waves for the 64, Pete Richardson. Mark Simon, 2nd, and Tyler Knudsen, 3rd. Here we go, our 4th and final Midwest Modified Heat Race. On the pole, going to be the 57D of Dalton Roberts and his outside, the 7C of Derek Cook. Row 2, the 18E of Carter Harrison and the 44R of Randall Cushing. Row 3, going to be the 16A of Shannon Geller and the 83 of Ben Newell. And row number 4, the 24 of Lonnie Seitz and the 21H of Jordan Holloway. Nope, 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 nope. Back it down, gentlemen. Back it down. We're going to try this again. That front row did not fire. So we're going to try it again. Dalton Roberts. Derek Cook on that front row. Derek Cook going back to the old, what do you call it? The old wrap on his car that he ran last year. Love the look of that green car, that green and black and the gold. Out of turn 4, green flag is going to be in the air. Ben Newell already up to 4th before we get into turn 1. As they're going to go down the back stretch, Dalton Roberts going to lead them. Into 3, coming out of turn 4, lap 1 goes to Dalton Roberts. Derek Cook, Carter Harrison, Ben Newell, and Shannon Geller rounding out that top 5. Look at this. Here comes Shannon Geller down to the bottom side. 3 deep. Time to sell it cheap down the back stretch. Out of turn 4 is still Roberts, Harrison, Ben Newell up to 3rd. Oh, Newell slides up the hill. Geller down on the bottom side. You got a new number 3 going into 3. Here comes Jordan Holloway in the 21 as he's up to 5th. Ben Newell going to slice and dice, going to change it up, try to come out of the turn a little harder as Newell's got to run down the back stretch. Oh, Derek Cook off the power. Yellow is out. Yellow is out for the 7C of Derek Cook as he has come to an immediate stop over there in the middle of turn 2. Out of turn 4, green flag going to be back in the air as we got Derek Cook off to the pits. Had some rear end trouble. Dalton Roberts out front going to lead them. Here comes, woo, buddy, Ben Newell. Ben Newell getting a little bumping and banging down in there. Dalton Roberts holds on. He's got Carter Harrison on the back bumper. Ben Newell up to third. Shannon Geller sits. Oh, a lot of bumping and banging up front here. Ben Newell down to the bottom side. You got a race up front. Look at your top 5. And I turn 4. Roberts, Carter Harrison, Ben Newell, Jordan Holloway up to that number 4 spot. Oh, Harrison goes around. Trouble in 1 and 2. Yellow, yellow, yellow as the 18E of Carter Harrison loops it around, and Newell and Holloway had nowhere to go. All right, so Carter Harrison kind of looped it around. Ben Newell, Jordan Holloway had nowhere to go, got collected over there as we got 5 down, 3 to go here in our 4th and final heat race for your Midwest Modifieds. Going to have a Midwest Modified pole dash a little bit later tonight after the Hornet heat races. So we're going to get these cars stacked back up in the correct starting positions. It's going to be Dalton Roberts up front, Shannon Geller, Lonnie Seitz, Randall Cushing, Ben Newell, your top 5. And then it'll be Jordan Holloway and Carter Harrison. All right, here we go. Delaware double file restart. Leader out front by himself. Shannon Geller sits second, so he gets to choose whether he wants the top or bottom, and he's going to pick the bottom side. Lonnie Seitz going to go to the top side. Randall Cushing down. Ben Newell to the top. That's your top 5. So we started with 8. We're down to 7. Into 3. Out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. Ben Newell down the back stretch into 3. It's going to be Lonnie Seitz, Shannon Geller door to door for 2nd and 3rd. Dalton Roberts still out front. Here comes Ben Newell down on the bottom side. Going to make it 3 wide down the front stretch. Into 1 and 2. It's a 3 wide battle for 2nd. Now it's going to be 2 cars battling out as they go down into 3. Oh no, Seitz gets into Geller. White flag, white flag is in the air. Yellow. All right, so the caution comes out after the white. Going to give the 57D of Dalton Roberts the win. Ben Newell 2nd. And the 18E of Carter Harrison going to be your top 3. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, whoa, Shannon does not look happy. All right, so Shannon Geller is not happy. We are getting ready for Heat 1 POWRi Pure Stocks, a little pure pandemonium. On the pole of Heat 1, going to be the 32 of Richard Adams, and to his outside, the 14 of Derek Davis. Row 2, going to be the 42 of Trevor Ellingson, and the 05G of Grayson McKinney. Row 3, all by his lonesome, the 21 of Peyton McDowell. Lights are down as we're going to fill the work on into turn 3. 5 cars here for Heat 1, into 3, green cone. No start, no start, no start. All right, we're going to try it again. Into 3, Adams Davis on the front row. Green flag is in the air. Richard Adams going to lead the field down into 1 and 2. Adams going to start to pull away as they're going to be 3 wide down here down the back stretch. Oh, everybody going to be bunched up together, bumper to bumper, door to door through 3 and 4. As it is going to be 3 wide down the front stretch. Adams, Ellingson. Whoa, a little bit of contact between Adams and Davis. A little bit of contact between McDowell and McKinney as Trevor Ellingson going to slide into the lead down the back stretch. Coming out of turn number 4, you got a new race leader, the 42 of Trevor Ellingson. Richard Adams holds on to second. Here comes the 21 of Peyton McDowell. A little bit of wagon power. As we're going to go down the back stretch. Derek Davis now up to second. Richard Adams got to get up off the middle and down to the bottom because that's where it's fast right now. As Peyton McDowell going to slide into third. Down the back stretch, we're going to go Peyton McDowell to the bottom side of Derek Davis. As Davis going to run up a little bit higher than last lap, trying to find some momentum. As it's going to hold on as he holds on by a bumper. Now we're going to go down through 1 and 2. It's still Trevor Ellingson. Oh, Richard Adams comes up, chops the nose off of Derek Davis. It's Ellingson, McDowell, Adams, your top 3. Richard Adams going to try to take that green car to the front. As Derek Davis gives him a little shot to the shorts down to 1 and 2. McKinney down to the bottom side of Derek Davis. But out front, it is all the 42 of Trevor Ellingson. White flag, 1 to go. Down the back stretch into 3 for the final time. The field's going to go. Out of turn 4, checkered flag waves for the 42 of Trevor Ellingson. Peyton McDowell, Richard Adams, your top 3. Here we go, Heat 2 for your pure stocks. On the poles, the 19 of Trenton Houston. And to his outside, the 68 of Rhonda Lampkey. Row 2 going to be the 28W of Michael Willoughby and the 23R of Jeff Reed. And row number 3, your current points leader, the 0 of James Reedus. Green flag going to be in the air As they're going to hustle on down to the 1 and 2. Trenton Houston going to shoot off like a rocket. Willoughby going to slide it in there hard. Here comes Jeff Reed to the bottom side of Michael Willoughby. James Reed is going to slingshot around Rhonda Lamke. As they're going to work down to 3 and 4. Willoughby slides up the hill. As it is Houston, Reed, Willoughby, your top 3. But there is the 0 of James Reed as he's your current points leader for a reason. As they're going to go down the back stretch. Reed is now up to 3rd. Jeff Reed right there all over the back bumper of Trenton Houston. Oh, Reed give him a little love tap down there as Reed now up to the door panel. Into 3 and 4. You got a new race leader, the 23R of Jeff Reed. Houston shuffles back to 2nd. James Reed still holds on to 3rd. Michael Willoughby, Rhonda Lamke rounds out the field. As we got laps ticking down, Houston kind of running that mid to high line while Reed is, and your race leader Reed is on the bottom. Not used to seeing James Reed is down on the bottom side. Usually he likes going to the top side here, but he's making it work tonight as Houston's going to be the one going up top. Jeff Reed catfishing on the bottom. He's going to be your race leader. Oh, look how Michael Willoughby is facing the wall in 1 and 2 as he loops it around. Yellow is out. Yellow, yellow, yellow for the 28W of Michael Willoughby. All right, we're going to try this again. No start, no start, no start. James Reed has got a little antsy there, trying to get as many passing points as possible as he started at the worst. And he's trying to get up there to 1st, but he's on the outside of Trenton Houston in row number 2. Your leader, Jeff Reed, down into 3. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. James Reed is on the top shelf. Trenton Houston down to the bottom side. Jeff Reed going to be down on the bottom side as he's your race leader. Out of turn 4. It's still Reed up front, but Reed is right there behind him on the back bumper. Reedus might have found a little bit better line than Jeff Reed as he's coming up to the outside door. Down into 3, they're going to be door-to-door silhouetting it. Out of turn 4, drag race to the white flag. Still Jeff Reed. Down the backstretch, we're going to go for the final time for your pure stock heat races. Out of turn 4, checkered flag wave for the 23R Jeff Reed. James Reed is 2nd, and Trenton Houston takes home 3rd.
Race fans, the MRP All Access plan on the MyRacePass app now includes live announcer audio on race nights.
Son of a gun, here we go, gonna have a great time!
Make your fantasy racing picks, watch live timing, and listen into the action live on the MyRacePass app.
Can you believe believe it. Doctor!
Ask your local track to get their announcer on the new MRP audio feature for the My Race Pass app today.
Off of turn 4, you've got a new leader.
To learn more, visit getmrpapp.com. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Here we go, Heat 1 for your POWRi B mods. On the pole is going to be the 51 of Michael Stake and his outside, the 90 of Josh Ferris. Row 2 going to be the 2 of Eric Graves. And the 20D of Dawson David. Row number 3 going to be the 24 of Joshua Reddy and the 86 of Jeff Albright. All right, we're going to try this again. Now to turn 4, green flag is going to be in the air. Josh, oh, look out. David gets into the back of Ferris as Ferris threw it in there a little too hard. As that is the yellow flag, yellow, yellow, yellow. All right, we're going to try it again after that little altercation down there in 1 and 2. Josh Ferris drove her in just a little too hard, and then Dawson David kind of helped him out a little bit. Down into 3. Nope, flagman's waving off the start. Green flag is out as Eric Graves is on a slow roll around the top of the speedway. Down into 3, your field goes. Out of turn 4, it's Michael Stake up front, Joshua Reddy, Jeff Albright, Dawson David. Yellow is out, yellow, yellow, yellow for the 2 of Eric Graves, who's at a slow roll over there on the backstretch. Okay, so Eric Graves back to his respected pit after he broke. 0 laps completed. So we're going to try this again. Down into 3. Coming out of turn 4. Green flag is in the air. Joshua Reddy with a great start as he's going to jump up to that top shelf. 4 wide almost out of turn 2. Joshua Reddy, Jeff Albright up front there as they're going to go down into turn 3. Out of turn 4, it is the 24 of Joshua Reddy, Jeff Albright, Michael Stake, Dawson David, your top 4, your only 4. As the field works on down the backstretch, Jeff Albright now coming up to the bottom side of Joshua Reddy. Joshua Reddy better be ready as he's going to have some company here shortly. Out of turn 4, it is Jeff Albright to the race lead. Joshua Reddy slides back to second. Dawson David up into the number 3 spot. And Michael State going to be there in 4th. Now Reddy going to go down to the bottom. Oh, look out. Joshua Reddy loops it around in turn 3 and 4. Yellow is out. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Out of turn 4, green flag is back in the air as we have 3 cars remaining here for Heat 1. Jeff Albright out front, Dawson David, Michael Stake is your only 3 still on the track. Jeff Albright, your race leader, Dawson David in second, trying to run him down. And Michael State going to be sitting there in 3rd. Albright on a rail as he's got her held up front. But he's got that 20D of Dawson David right there on his back bumper. David going to try to go in a little bit different to come out a little different. 2 laps to go for the 86 of Jeff Albright. Dawson David to the quarter panel. Unable to make it stick through 1 and 2. Is Albright going to pull away? Out of turn 4, Albright sees the white flag. Final time around. As they're going to go down to 1 and 2. Down the back stretch for the final time in Heat 1. Into 3. Here they come out of turn number 4. Checkered flag waves for the 86 of Jeff Albright. Dawson David second and Michael Stake 3rd. And that's going to wrap up heat number 1 for your POWRi mods. Up next going to be heat number 2. And on the pole, ladies and gentlemen, is the 90S of Terry Schultz into his outside the 14C of Cody Crabtree. Row number 2, going to be the 5C of Brian Cook and the 42J of Donnie Jackson. Row 3, you got the 16M of Brian Myers and the 65 of Chris Jackson. Lights are down into 3. Green flag is in the air As it looks like Cody Crabtree unable to make the call. Terry Schultz up front, Donnie Jackson, Chris Jackson battling out there for second and third. Brian Cook fourth, Brian Myers fifth. As Terry Schultz going to be out front leading the charge. Chris Jackson down the bottom side of Donnie Jackson as they're going to be duking it out. Donnie Jackson not backing down yet as they're going to go into three. Out of turn four, it is that 90S. Chris Jackson now up to second. Donnie Jackson Jr. shuffles back to third. Brian Cook fourth and Brian Myers fifth. Second heat race for your POWRi B mods out of three. We got one more. Down into three they go. Out of turn four is Terry Schultz. Here comes Chris Jackson. Jackson going to take the road less traveled on the top shelf. He's going to diamond it off through one and two. He's going to come right to the back bumper of Terry Schultz. Down into three and four they go. Jackson going to stay on the top as it is still Terry Schultz, your race leader. Brian Cook now to the inside of Donnie Jackson. As you got a new number three out of two. Brian Cook up to third. Chris Jackson still unable to run down that 90S of Terry Schultz. A lot of separation between your top two cars and the rest of the field as we're going to see the doctor's jacket one to go. Down the back stretch and into three for the final time. Coming out of turn four, checkered flag for the 90S of Terry Schultz. Chris Jackson second and Brian Cook takes third. All right, race fans, here comes our third and final heat for your POWRi B mods. On the pole, going to be the 7 of William Garner, and to his outside, the 12S of Christopher Sawyer. Row 2 going to be the 77 of Jeremy Hazel and the 26 of Evan Groves. And row 3 going to be the 12 of Parker Smith. All right, race fans, here we go. Lights are down. Third and final heat race for your POWRi B mods as they're going to go down the back stretch. William Garner, Christopher Sawyer on that front row. Jeremy Hazel, Evan Groves, Parker Smith rounds out the field. Green flag going to be in the air. William Garner jumps out to that early race lead. Here comes the 77 of Jeremy Hazel. As Hazel going to try to run down the 7 car. You got the 7 out front, the 77 in second. Here comes Parker Smith up to third. Parker Smith going to move into the number 3 spot. Evan Groves rounds out the field in 5th. As William, oh, look out, trouble. Jeremy Hazel kind of slowed up. Parker Smith had to check up, and so did Christopher Sawyer. Out of turn number 4, it's still William Garner in the 7. Jeremy Hazel second in the 12. Parker Smith sits there in 3rd. Oh, look out. Over in turn 2. The 26 of Evan Groves loops it around. Yellow, 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 yellow. All right, so we got Evan Groves refired up as he's going to regain the rest or rejoin the rest of the field. Out of turn 4, green flag back up in the air. As we're going to hustle on down to the 1 and 2. William Garner still out front. Parker Smith, Jeremy Hazel door to door. Here comes Christopher Sawyer in 5th. Evan Groves rounds out the field in 5th. As it is Garner out front. Stretch the field goes single file, kindergarten style. Parker Smith all over the back bumper of Jeremy Hazel there as they're going to go down through 1 and 2. Smith to the quarter panel. Two laps remaining here for our third and final heat in your POWRi B mods. White flag waves one more trip around for the 7. Look at this, Parker Smith up there with Jeremy Hazel as they're going to go down on the 1 and 2 for the final time. Parker Smith up to 2nd. Down the back stretch and into 3. Coming out of turn number 4, checkered flag waves for the 7 of William Garner. Parker Smith, Jeremy Hazel, your top 3. Here we go, Heat 1, POWRi Hornets on the poles, the 20 of Justin Day. To his outside, the 32S of Alex Scarlett. Row 2, the 6 of Dustin Reeves, and the 80 of Jim Cook. And row number 3, going to be the 3M of Bobby Mooney. But it looks like Alex Scarlett is electing to go tailback, so that's going to move Jim Cook up to the front row outside. And that's going to move Bobby Mooney up to 2nd row outside. Out of turn number 4, green flag is in the air. Jim Cook going to lead them on down into 3. Justin Day sitting there in 2nd. Here comes Dustin Reeves. Bobby Mooney going to be there as well. Justin Day in his brother Tim's car trying to get that 20 machine lined out. As they're going to come out of turn 4, it's going to be Jim Cook out front. Alex Scarlett goes around over there in 3 and 4. Yellow is out. Yellow comes out for the 32S of Alex Scarlett. Green flag out of turn 4 as Jim Cook's going to lead them on down the front stretch. Here comes the 6 of Dustin Reeves. Reeves is no stranger to victory lane here at Midway. Oh, look at that. Justin Day going to pull up and block him a little bit. Tell him you're not getting down to the bottom side here. As they come out of turn 4, look at the battle up front. Cook, Day, and Reeves all going to be duking it out. 3 cars battling for that number 1 spot. Down the back. Oh, a little bit of contact between Day and Cook. Cook driving like he stole it, trying to hold on. Tim Day got a lot of damage on the front of that car there, that nose piece. Dustin Reeves now up to the race lead as they're going to come through 3 and 4. It is the 6 of Dustin Reeves, Jim Cook, Justin Day, Corbin Mooney, and Alex Gard. Now Mooney going to come down to the bottom side of Day as the battle that we're watching is for 3rd and 4th between Mooney and Day. Out front, it's all Dustin Reeves in the 6th car. Jim Cook sits in 2nd. Out of turn 4, we're going to see the white flag. One more trip around for the 6 of Dustin Reeves. Corbin Mooney now up into that number 3 spot. As they're going to go down the backstretch for the final time. Coming out of turn number 4, checkered flag waves for the 6 of Dustin Reeves. Jim Cook and Justin Day takes home that number 3 spot. A little bit of tension there between Justin Day and Jim Cook. But take it easy, guys. Here comes heat number 2 for your POWRi Hornets. On the pole, going to be the 12M of Corbin Mooney into his outside, the 07 of Jordan Goddard. Row 2, going to be the 7 of Alan Thompson and the 66 of Max Dublin. And row number 3, going to be the 9 of Kyle Dunn. Green flag is in the air as we're going to go down to 1 and 2. Corbin Mooney going to lead them. Out of 2 and down the back stretch, the field's going to go. Corbin Mooney going to take lap 1. Jordan Goddard, Alan Thompson round out your top 3. Kyle Dunn and Max Dublin going to round out the field. Corbin Mooney in a borrowed car. Out front leading the charge. Jordan Goddard right there all over his back bumper. Jordan Goddard coming up to the outside there. Oh, Mooney's got trouble. Corbin Mooney got trouble on the 12M as he pulls to the infield. I'm being told it's the right front. Jordan Goddard to the race lead. Alan Thompson 2nd. Kyle Dunn 3rd. Dash cars staged. Will my dash cars get to staging? Midwest Modified dash to staging, please. Jordan Goddard, your race leader, as they're going to go down the back stretch. Out of turn 4, you got 2 to go for the 07 of Jordan Goddard as the 7 of Alan Thompson sits in 2nd. And the 9 of Kyle Dunn sits in third. Will my dash drivers please report to staging? White flag waves, 1 to go for the 07 of Jordan Goddard. Down the backstretch and into 3 for the final time. Coming out of turn 4, checkered flag waves for the 07 of Jordan Goddard. Alan Thompson second and Kyle Dunn third. Pole dash drivers to staging. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I got 6 Midwest Modified cars on the track and 6 Midwest Modified drivers on the track and a whole bunch of kids in white T-shirts. So these kids in the white T-shirts, they signed up for the Outlaw Kids Racing Tour trailer over there. They got to go on a VIP tour to the pits. Now what we're doing with these kids picked a driver out of these 6 pole dash drivers. They're going to go stand with the driver that they picked. These drivers are going to draw a Frisbee. They're going to pick a Frisbee. We got 6 of them. That Frisbee is going to determine their starting position for the pole dash. 6 laps, and the pole dash is going to determine the top 6 starting spots for the Midwest Modified feature. So, without further ado, our first driver who's going to get to pick first is going to be the 5D of Dustin Dennison. So, Dustin, what number are you wanting to get?
Whichever one has the pole on it.
So, number 1.
Yeah, of course.
I thought he might be risky and say, I'm on number 6. All right, so we're going to let Dustin Dennison and his kid, well, not his kid, but the kid that picked him to win. They're going to pick a Frisbee together. All right, we got a blue one here. Let's see what number it is. What number we got? Number what? Number 5. So Dustin Dennison starting 5th on the dash. All right, our second drawer going to be the 79A of Trent Wynn. Okay, so 5's been picked, so you can't get it. What number you want?
Oh, you always want P1.
And these drivers, man, I'd be like, I want dead last because that's where I'm going to finish. So, all right, Trent, take your pick. Boys, go help them. Oh, they're picking this red, the only red one. Oh, no wonder. Red car, red Frisbee. Go figure. Number 1. See, there's a pattern. Red car, red Frisbee. He got his pick. Steve Muhlenberg going to be our third drawer. Wait, that's weird. You get the third draw with the 33 car. You got a thing for 3s, don't you? It helps. That's what he says. So you guys, there's 4 Frisbees left. Go pick one. Oh, she already knows what one she wants. Number 2. So our front row is decided. Trent went on the pole. Steve Muhlenberg going to be on the outside. Pete Richardson going to be picked number 4. And we got 3 Frisbees left. They're deciding. They got a game plan. See, they were going to pick the red one, but it got taken. They're going to pick the blue one right here. Number 4. So we got our 5th drawer, and that's going to be the 122 of Michael Maggard. And they're going to go pick this bright green one over here to the right. Number 3. And then the 83 of Ben Newell going to be our last pick. So, sweetheart, if you want to run all the way down there and grab that last green Frisbee, I wonder what number it's going to be.
Well, we heard that there are 2 number 1s.
Yeah, we might have 2 number 1s in there. Then we're going to have a foot race to see who's the real number 1.
That's right. That's right. Well, it won't be me one, I guarantee you.
And Ben Newell got the number 6 spot. So that is the last Frisbee for our drivers and our participants. We're going to get pictures with these kids and their drivers, and then we're going to line them up, and we're going to go 6 laps. All right, race fans, we're going to get these kids back up into the grandstands. And you know what? I think I'm going to announce the pole dash from the flag stand. That sounds like a pretty good idea to me because I don't want to go all the way back up there, then all the way back down for intermission. So these drivers are going to pile into their cars. They're going to get suited and booted. And then we're going to send them 6 laps around the mighty Midway. Now, everybody, just so you're aware, this pole dash determines their starting position in our feature a little bit later tonight. We're not running for $1,500 anymore. Eagle Machine put up $510. Your Midwest Mod B class is running for $2,025. Your top 6 are right here on the track. This is going to be a little mini preview of the feature. The feature is going to be 30 laps. This is only 6, so don't get too excited. All right, race fans. Trent Wynn, Steve Muhlenberg, front row. Michael Maggard, Pete Richardson, row number 2. Dustin Dennison and Ben Newell, row number 3. All right, we're going to lay a little bit of moisture down on the Speedway. As you can see, track owner Clint Gann out here with the water truck. Beautiful little rooster tail. That almost reaches the flag stand. All right, it looks like we got the moisture rolled in. Waiting to get the thumbs up from the drivers to see if it's how they like it. I see thumbs up. All right, we're going to stack them up, ladies and gentlemen. Not this time. Not this time. Next time. Next time. One to go from the starter stand. Lights are down. We're going to be green flag racing when they come out of turn number 4. 6 laps, 6 cars. Who's going to start on the pole tonight? Winner of the pole dash going to get an extra $200. Down into 3. Out of 4, green flag. It's Pete Richardson out front right now. Steve Muhlenberg second. Here comes the 122 of Michael Maggard. He's coming up down to the bottom side as it is Pete Richardson. Pete Richardson, Steve Muhlenberg, Michael Maggard, top 3. Dustin Dennis and Ben Newell. And Trent Wynn shuffles back into the number 6 spot as they come at turn number 4. Michael Maggard going to cross over Muhlenberg. Down the back stretch, they're going to go into 3. Out of turn number 4, Pete Richardson. Down into 3, they're going to go. Out of turn number 4, white flag waves, 1 to go. Final time down the back stretch. Who's going to take home second and third as Pete Richardson has solidified that number 1 spot. Checkered flag for the 64 of Pete Richardson. Pete Richardson takes home the pole dash win. Steve Muhlenberg second, and Michael Maggard your top 3. All right. Got a little extra added stuff that they're going to do down there in front of Victory Lane. Pete Richardson in the 64, your pole dash winner. Going to take home an extra $200. Steve Muhlenberg coming in second for the pole dash. And where are you going? But there's cars on the track. We got to have a flagman. It's like swimming without a lifeguard. It's not safe. I don't know how to flag. All I know is yellow means you're not good. Blue and yellow mean you're slow. Black means get off my track. Oh, that's all I need. Shoot, I could be a flagman. Here, you announce. I'm kidding. You don't want me up here flagging. I'll black flag everybody. Like, all drivers got to do is give me a thumbs down. That's it. You're gone. Get out of here. I'll black flag the water truck if he didn't pay me. So it's intermission at this point. Like I said, they're going to take some photos down here with your pole dash first and second place. Track owner Clint Gann's going to lay some moisture down and get this track ready for feature events. First feature up. Well, okay, I wouldn't say first feature. We got 2 B features to run before our features. Hold on. Okay. We got 2 B features in the Midwest Mod class. We're going to run those 2 B features right after intermission. And then we go into our features. So, ooh, that's pretty. Sorry, that was a squirrel moment. So at this point, if you got to go tinkle, now's the time to do it. If you're hungry or thirsty, check out the concession stand, get some food, something cold to drink. Shouldn't you be getting your race car ready? I don't think you heard me. So check out the concession stand, go to the bathroom. I'll be right down. And we're...
I love my race pass.
I love my race pass.
I love my race pass.
Okay, go ahead. I love my race pass.
I love my race pass.
Go ahead. I love my race pass. Go ahead.
Everyone I know uses my race pass.
1, 2, 3.
Welcome to the My Race Pass app, the #1 app for motorsports fans. We want to make sure you get the most out of your My Race Pass app experience. With your new free account, you can use the My Race Pass app to see race day information, including event entries and official lineups and results for over 600 organizations across North America. You can also see track information and purchase online event tickets for select tracks. With your free account, you can also search for a track or series on the My Race Pass app and favorite their profile to receive news and race day notifications on your mobile device. To see more information and to see which app subscription is best for you, be sure to visit getmrpapp.com. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Hey, Midwest Modified drivers, recheck my race pass. One more time, please. So, Midwest Modified drivers, please recheck my race pass one more time. It's the last time, I promise. Everything's updated. Go check my race pass. Midwest Modified drivers, what are you doing under the bleachers? She's looking up. She has no idea I'm standing right next to her. You're wrong direction. She's clueless. It's okay. Just don't hurt me. feature number 1 first, obviously, and then B feature number 2. So B features report to staging. Here we go. Heat 1, or not Heat 1, B feature 1 for your Midwest Modifieds. On the pole is going to be the 25 Eli Muhlenberg, and to his outside the 18 of Carter Harrison. Row 2 going to be the 65 Junior of Carter Jackson, and to his outside the 68 of Donnie Betts. Row number 3 going to be the 15R of Oakley Ragland, and the 75 of Colby Lathrop. Row 4 going to be the 14 of John Newell, and the 32R of Rich Dennison. Row 5 you got the 10 of James Heinrich, and the 25T of Austin Treadway. Row 6 going to be the 7C of Derek Cook, and the 33 of Okay, I don't know why those are there, but 6th row, 7C of Derek Cook going to round out the field. And that's going to be feature 1. Top 5 going to move on to tonight's A main event. right, race fans, it's time. 8 laps the distance here for B feature number 1. Down into 3, we're going to get them lined back up. And the correct positions. All right, down the back stretch the field's going to go. We're going to work on into turn 3. Out of turn 4, green flag going to be in the air. 8 laps of distance. We're going to hustle on down to 1 and 2. Eli Muhlenberg going to lead. Whoa, look out. Dustin Mathis right here in the 27. Oh, that's the yellow is out. Yellow, 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 yellow. All right, race fans, down the back stretch into 3. We're going to try it again. Out of turn 4, green flag is going to be back in the air. Bell motor off down to 1 and 2. As it's going to be Carter Harrison out front as he's going to lead the charge down the back stretch and into 3. Look at the cluster. Oh, a little bit of contact between Jackson and Ragland. As we're going to stay rolling. Uh-oh, Jackson off the power. Yellow is out for trouble in 1 and 2. So Carter Jackson got a flat right rear tire. Ridge Dennison. And looks like Sam Keller went around over there in 1 and 2. All right, 1 lap down, 7 to go. It's going to be Carter Harrison out front. Eli Muhlenberg, Oakley Ragland, row 2. Out at turn 4, green flag going to be in the air as the top 5 going to transfer out of this B feature. Down the backstretch, Carter Harrison gone. Gone like a rocket. pocket as it's Carter Harrison, Eli Muhlenberg, Oakley Ragland, Ridge Dennison, and Lonnie Seitz, your top 5. We've gone kind of single file right now. Here comes the 83 Ryan Smythe, as he's going to come out and join us. It's all Carter Harrison right now. Eli Muhlenberg second, Oakley Ragland third. As they're going to be duking it out, trying to get into the top 5. Two laps remaining here for our first B feature of the night. Eli Muhlenberg to the back bumper there of Carter Harrison. As they're going to work through 3 and 4, you're going to see the white flag one more trip around. Turn number 4, checkered flag waves for the 18E of Carter Harrison. Eli Muhlenberg second, Oakley Ragland third, Ridge Dennison fourth, and Ryan Smythe fifth. But 4th and 5th get connected up over there in turn 1 and 2, and it looks like Ridge Dennison has got trouble on the front end of that car after him and, well, maybe not. Looks like both drivers able to drive away. Oh, hold on. I'm being told the 83 of Ryan Smythe was a lap down. Here we go, B feature number 2 on the pole. Going to be the 15W of Corey Wilson to his outside, the 75 of Colby Lathrop. Row 2, the 68 of Donnie Betts. And the 44R of Randall Cushing. Row 3, going to be the 14 of John Newell and the 16A of Shannon Geller. Row 4, going to be the 10 of James Heinrich and the 25T of Austin Treadway. Row number 5, going to be the 7C of Derek Cook and the 35E of Luke Aiken. Top 5 going to transfer into tonight's main event for $2,025. 30-lap feature for your Midwest Modifieds. Out of turn 4, green flag going to be in the air here as Corey Wilson, Colby Lathrop going to lead them on down the front stretch again. Only the top 5 are moving in. Look out, Lathrop gets wild. Oh, contact. Oh, we got trouble. We got smoke and fire. Colby Lathrop looped it around. Donnie Betts connected. John Newell collided. And we got a parking lot in turn 2. I don't know why Shane Creech is there, but he's up there. Oh, we got a fire in turn 3. Call the fire department. This one's out of control. And they're calling in for the tow truck over here for the 28C of Shane Creech. All right, so we got the 28C of Shane Creech hooked up to the tow truck because he's going to get some help back to his pits. John Newell sitting down here in the infield. He made contact with Colby Lathrop a little earlier in the race. Again, want to give a big shout out to OCCS out of Lebanon, Missouri, and Pro Cars as well. Big help for this weekend. Also want to give a big shout out to Eagle Machine, who put up an extra $510 to take our grand total for the feature winner from $1,515 to $2,025 to the feature winner of the Midwest Modifieds. All right, race fans, here we go. We're going to keep going. Into 3, coming out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. Corey Wilson says, see you, bye-bye, guys. I'm out of here. Top 5 going to move on to tonight's main event for $2,025. Luke Aiken. Whoa, somebody caught the tire. Infield tractor tire on the loose. Yellow is out, yellow is out, yellow is out. Looks like my son playing the World of Outlaws game, pushing a tire out into the middle of the track. That way I can't outrun him. All right, race fans, here we go. We got the random tractor tire put back in the correct position. Hey, the tire said if you can't make the show, be the show. And that's what it did. It tried to be the show. Down into 3, coming out of turn number 4. Green flag going to be back up in the air. Oh, look out, Heinrich. Heinrich kind of got together with Donnie Betts there going into 1, and that is going to bring out another yellow, 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 yellow. All right, race fans, we're going to do a single file restart and see if we can get some green laps in like that. Corey Wilson, Randall Cushing, Shannon Geller, your top 3. Austin Treadway, Derek Cook, your top 5. Again, top 5 going to transfer out of turn 4. Green flag is in the air. Down to 1 and 2. Corey Wilson, he's out of here. See you, bye-bye. Randall Cushing trying to hold on to second as here comes Shannon Geller, Austin Treadway coming around on the top side. Derek Cook down on the bottom side. Top 5 starting to pull away from the rest of the field as Corey Wilson is starting to clock out and be gone like yesterday. He's going to be out front all by himself like the chess club president on prom night. Now to turn 4, it's still the 15W. Cushing holds on to second, but he's got a herd right behind him. Shannon Geller now down to the bottom of Randall Cushing. Geller going to get up to second as they go down into 3. Austin Treadway still on the top side of the Speedway. Now to turn 4. Oh, look out. Contact between Cushing and Cook. But they're going to stay rolling as we're clean and green. Here comes Donnie Betts. Donnie Betts trying to get into the top 5 to lock him into the show. As they're going to go down into 3. Corey Wilson going to cross the stripe with a full straightaway lead over the rest of the field. Only the top 5 moving on, and that is Corey Wilson, Shannon Geller, Austin Treadway, Derek Cook, and Donnie Betts as of this moment. Corey Wilson comes out of turn 4 with 2 to go. Derek Cook, Donnie Betts battling out there for 4th and 5th. Your top 5 is just battling for position in the starting position in the feature. As the white flag waves one more trip around. Now to turn 4, checkered flag for the 15W at Corey Wilson. Shannon Geller second, Austin Treadway, Donnie Betts, and Derek Cook going to be your top 5 moving on to the feature tonight. Only the top 5 move on. All right, race fans. It's time. B features are all done. We're going to get ready to roll out our first feature of the night. And I got a special guest up here. I got a little man by the name of Wyatt. He's going to read you the starting lineup for your POWRi Pure Stocks feature here at the 3rd Annual Bill Ragland Memorial. So I'm going to let him take it away.
In row 1, we have 23R on the inside, Jeff Reed. And on the outside, we have number 42, Trevor Ellingson. On row 2, we have number 21, Peyton McDowell.
Hold on, race fans. Okay, race fans. I made a boo-boo. I pulled up the wrong feature lineup. So the correct feature lineup is going to be your POWRi B mods. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to let Wyatt read the starting lineup for your POWRi B mods. And again, this is going to be 15 laps around.
In row 1, we have on the inside number 86, Jeff Albright. On the outside, we have number 65, Chris Jackson. On row 2, we have number 12, Parker Smith. We have 90S, Terry Schultz. On row 3, we have number 7, William Garner. Next, we have 20D, Dawson David. On row 4, we have number 24, Joshua Reddy. And we have 5C, Brian Cook. On number 5, we have number 77, Jeremy Hazel. Then we have 12S, Christopher Sawyer. Row 6, we have number 2, Eric Graves. Next, we have 42J, Donnie Jackson. On row 7, we have 90, Josh Ferris. Next, we have number 26, Evan Groves. On row 8, we have 16M, Brian Myers. And we have 14C, Cody Crabtree. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, we have row 9, number 51, Michael Stake.
That's going to be your stars and cars for your POWRi B mod feature event here tonight. Lights are down, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be green flag when they come out of turn 4. Jeff Albright, Chris Jackson up there on the front row. Parker Smith, Terry Schultz going to be row number 2. Green flag going to be in the air. They'll hustle on down on a 1 and 2. Chris Jackson jumps out early. Look out, Jeremy Hazel around. And everybody else going to make it through clean and clear. Yellow, yellow, yellow. All right, we're going to get these guys in the correct positions as we did not get a lap completed. So we will go original restart minus Jeremy Hazel. Lights are down, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be green flag out of 4. Green flag going to be in the air. Bell motor off down on a 1 and 2. Chris Jackson back out to the race lead. Jeff Albright going to follow. This time everybody going to make it through clean and clear. Out of turn 4, lap 1 goes to Jackson, Albright, Schultz, David, Smith. That's your top 5. Chris Jackson trying to run away early. Uh-oh. Yellow, yellow, yellow. The bottom of turn 4. The 12S of Christopher Sawyer loops it around over there, and it looks like our green cone may have disappeared. All right, so our green cone is no more. We're going to have a little tombstone put up over there in turn 4 for our green cone, as the 12 of Christopher Sawyer unalived it. Now we got it looks like a cone on top of a cone. It works. Chris Jackson, your race leader, as he's up front. Jeff Albright, Terry Schultz, Dawson David, and Brian Cook round out your top 5. Then you got Parker Smith, William Garner, Joshua Reddy, Eric Graves, Donnie Jackson Jr., Lights are down, ladies and gentlemen. Delaware double file restart. We're going to be green flag out of 4. Green flag is in the air. We're going to rock and roll back down in the 1 and 2. Chris Jackson out front starts to pull away. We got trouble in 1, but we're going to keep rolling. We're clean and clear. As they come out of turn 4 is Jackson. Terry Schultz to second. If you remember back in the heat race, Terry Schultz gave Chris Jackson a run. Now Terry Schultz has got to catch Jackson to give him a run again. Out at turn 4, Chris Jackson, your race leader. Terry Schultz, Jeff Albright, your top 3. Dawson David, Brian Cook, your top 5. William Garner sitting there in 6th in that number 7 car. Parker Smith right behind him in 8th. Joshua Reddy, Eric Graves right there behind behind Parker Smith and William Garner, as Garner going to move up a little bit further in front of Parker Smith. Jeff Albright and Terry Schultz still battling out door to door as they're going to come through 3 and 4. But out front, it is all the 65 of Chris Jackson. Ticking down here in the first feature of the night. For your POWRi B-Mod to the 3rd annual Bill Ragland Memorial, brought to you by OCCS 11 and Pro Cars. Oh, look at this. William Garner up to 5th. Jackson out front. Albright, Schultz, David, Garner, that's your top 5. Brian Cook sitting in that number 6 spot, but he's got Eric Graves, Joshua Reddy right behind him. Uh-oh, Crabtree off the power. Crabtree going pit side. Chris Jackson starting to gain the back part of the field. Oh, there's the leader. I couldn't find the race leader. Jackson crosses the stripe. Albright behind him. Schultz in 3rd. David Garner, Graves, Reddy, Cook, Smith, Myers, and Donnie Jackson Jr. Stake, Ferris, Groves, Hazel, Sawyer. That's the field right there as they're going to go all the way around. Everywhere you look, you got cars. Battle right here between Reddy and Graves. Oh, Michael Stake got wild, but we're clean and green as we're going to keep rolling. Two laps to go here for the 65 of Chris Jackson to the back bumper there of Christopher Sawyer. Gonna see the white flag. One more trip around for the 65 of Chris Jackson. Down the back stretch, they're going to go for the final time. The end of 3. Coming out of turn 4, checkered flag for the 65 of Chris Jackson. Jeff Albright second and Terry Schultz third. All right, race fans, it's time to crown the first feature winner of the night at the 3rd annual Bill Ragland Memorial. He's going to get his safety equipment off, and he's going to climb out of that hot rod, and you fans are going to make some noise. I see movement. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the 65 of Chris Jackson. All right, race fans, we're going to lay some moisture down on the Speedway. They're going to take the pictures down in Victory Lane. Hey, listen, coming up after the Pure Stock feature, before the Midwest Mod feature, we got a surprise for you folks in the stands. So you're going to want to make sure you're ready and paying attention. I'm going to give you the starting lineup for the POWRi Pure Stocks. On the pole is going to be the 23R of Jeff Reed, and to his outside, the 42 of Trevor Ellingson. Row number 2 is going to be the 21 of Peyton McDowell, and the 0 with James Reedus. Row 3, you got the 32 of Richard Adams and the 19 of Trenton Houston. Row number 4 going to be the 14 of Derek Davis and the 68 of Rhonda Lampke. And row number 5 going to be the 28W of Michael Willoughby and the 05G of Grayson McKinney. Here we go, race fans. Time for a little pure pandemonium. And green flag out of turn 4. They're going to rock and roll down to the 1 and 2. Jeff Reed going to lead them. Peyton McDowell, Trevor Ellingson going to shut the door on James Reedus as he was trying to thread the needle. Out of turn 4. Jeff Reed going to take lap 1. And Peyton McDowell loops it around coming out of turn 2. Yellow is out for the 21 of Peyton McDowell over there coming out of turn 2. All right, race fans, we're going to shut the lights off, and they're going to be green flag when we come out of turn 4. Jeff Reed out front. James Reedus, Trevor Ellingson, row 2. Richard Adams, Trenton Houston rounding out your top 5. And the 3 coming out of turn 4. Green flag is going to be in the air. Jeff Reed leads them. There's Jeff Reed out front. Trevor Ellingson, James Reed is duking it out for 2nd and 3rd. Trenton Houston sits in 4th. And whoa, you got us a little bit of contact back here at the back part of the field. Derek Davis trying to get under Richard Adams as Adams going to hold on to 5th. Grayson McKinney all over the back bumper there. Oh, look at this, 3 wide out of 2 down the backstretch. Jeff Reed stuck in the middle. Reedus down on the bottom side. Trevor Ellingson right there to the top shelf. Now Trenton Houston up to 3rd. Top. Yellow is out. Yellow, yellow, yellow. The 28W of Michael Willoughby loops it around over here in turn 4. All right, race fans, 4 laps down, 11 to go for your POWRi Pure Stocks. Jeff Reed been in charge since the drop of green. Got Trent Houston up there with Trevor Ellingson for row 2. James Reedus, Richard Adams for row number 4, rounding out your top 5. Derek Davis, Grayson McKinney, Peyton McDowell, Rhonda Lampke, and Michael Willoughby rounds out the field. Green flags in the air. Contact between Davis and McKinney on the start. Going to be 3 wide, 2 rows deep. Regis, Houston, Ellingson going to be 3 wide. It's going to be Davis, McKinney, Adams 3 wide. Oh, 4 wide down the back stretch. Here in the mid-pack, going to be almost 5 wide. Jeff Reed up front. James Reed is Trevor Ellingson, your top 3. Derek Davis, Richard Adams, top 5. And Trenton Houston is off the power as Trenton Houston has broke something. Richard Adams facing the wrong way. We're going to stay clean and green as the battle for the lead is underway here between James Reedus and Jeff Reed. Reedus down to the bottom side as Reed bobbled it. Out of turn 4, drag race to the line. Jeff Reed by half a car over James Reedus. Trevor Ellingson 3rd, Derek Davis 4th. Grayson McKinney holds on to 5th, but he's got Peyton McDowell right down there to the bottom side of him. Oh, contact between Reed and Reedus. But Reed gonna hold on as Reed is still trying to reel him in. Derek Davis now down to the bottom side of Trevor Ellingson as you got a battle for 1st and 2nd, battle for 3rd and 4th, battle for 5th and 6th. Good battles all through the field, especially through the turns as Ellingson went way high. That let Derek Davis come around and solidify that number 3 spot. James Reed is going to come right to the back bumper of Jeff Reed, going to diamond it off out of 3 and 4. Jeff Reed holds on as laps are ticking down here in your POWRi Pure Stock feature. Reed has got a good run out of 2 down into 3. Three wide back here for 4th, 5th, and 6th. James Reed has got the lead going down the back stretch and into 3. Out of turn 4, it is still Jeff Reed with 2 to go. Derek Davis now up there making a 3-car battle for 1st. 3 cars battling for 4th. Out of turn 4, white flag waves for the 23R of Jeff Reed. Down the back stretch for the final time. Into 3. Coming out of turn 4, checkered flag for the 23R of Jeff Reed. James Reed is 2nd, Derek Davis 3rd. All right, a little cat and mouse game going on there. So you see the gentleman climbing up the flag stand? He's got something. As soon as I get done announcing our victory lane winner for your POWRi Pure Stocks, give it up for the 23R of Jeff Reed. All right, race fans. Up there in the flag stand is Mike Striegel. He runs the Outlaw Kids Racing Tour. He's got some stuff in the bag. We got our Midwest Modified feature coming up. The football he's got is autographed by every Midwest driver in the feature. So he's going to throw that out to somebody in the crowd. And I think it went under the bleachers. All right, now, these little balls that he's throwing out, each ball has a driver's number on it. If you catch a ball and the driver with your number wins, you need to go down to the Outlaw Kids Racing Tour because they have a special surprise for you. So catch one of these balls, and if your driver wins, there's a special surprise at the Outlaw Kids Racing Tour for you. And that kid just caught one and gave it to somebody. Such a sweetheart. So we're gonna see how. We know he's a good flagman and a good racer, but we're gonna see if he'd be a good baseball player. And he's throwing stuff at me now. I think he would make a good baseball player. I think he would. I think he would make a great baseball player. Oh, that went over the fence. Mike, how many balls you got left? Three more, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you just hit that little girl right in the face. I mean, in all fairness, we could say, way to use your head. And he's empty. Again, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, do you guys see the number on your ball? Okay, that's the driver you want to be cheering for. Because if that driver wins, you go to the Outlaw Kids Racing Tour trailer and they have a special surprise for you. I'm going to give you the starting lineup for your 30-lap, $2,025 Midwest Modified feature. On the pole, going to be the 64 Pete Richardson, and his outside the 33 is Steve Muhlenberg. Row number 2 going to be the 122 of Michael Maggard, and his outside the 5D of Dustin Dennison. Row 3, you got the 79A of Cody Arnett and the 79A of Trent Wynn. And the 83 of Ben Newell. Row number 4 going to be the 57D of Dalton Roberts and the 8K of Tyler Knutston. Row 5 going to be the 23 of Mark Simon and the 41 of Alex Schultz. Row number 6 going to be the 21H of Jordan Holloway and the 27 of Terry Williams. Row 7 you got the 18E of Carter Harrison and the 15W of Corey Wilson. Row number 8 going to be the 25 of Eli Muhlenberg and the 16A of Shannon Geller. Row 9 the 15R of Oakley Ragland and the 25T of Austin Treadway. Row number 10 going to be the 32R of Ridge Dennison and the 7C of Derek Cook. In our 11th and final row, the 21K of Sam Keller into his outside, and spot number 22, the 68 of Donnie Betts. All right, race fans, it is time for one of the greatest spectacles in all of dirt track racing. Midwest Modifieds here at the 3rd annual Bill Ragland Memorial. They're going to go 4 wide to salute you and thank you for your attendance this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, in return, we want you to stand. And when they come out of turn number 4, I want you to make enough noise for the drivers to hear you over the rumble of their engines. Race fans, off your seat and on your feet. Make some noise. Come on, race fans, get up. Let the flash of those cameras go off. Clap, scream, cheer. Missing man 4 wide salute in honor of Bill Ragland. Give it up for your POWRi Midwest Modifieds. right, race fans, we're going to shut the lights off and we're going to go green flag out of turn 4. 30 trips around for $2,025. Out of turn 4, green flag is in the air. Down to 1 and 2, we're going to rock and roll. Richardson's got trouble. We got a parking lot in turn 1. We go to red flag conditions. All right, we got the parking lot or the traffic jam, whatever you want to call it, out of turn 1. Little bit of new lineup now, as we did not get a lap completed. Steve Muhlenberg on the pole with Michael Maggard to his outside. All right, race fans, here we go. Lights are down. We're going to be green flag out of turn 4. Muhlenberg, Maggard on the front row out of turn 4. Green flag is in the air. Down to 1 and 2, they're going to go. Maggard jumps out front down the back stretch. The 122 of Michael Maggard going to lead them. Steve Muhlenberg sitting in second. Trent Wynn down on the bottom side. It's going to be Maggard, Muhlenberg, Wynn, Roberts, Simon. And then you got Schultz right there in the 41. "30 laps is a long time to be inside one of these cars. How's the driver is going to fare? Uh-oh. Austin Treadway off the power. A lot of cars just slingshotted by him. As it is Michael Maggard. Trent Wynn coming up to get around Steve Muhlenberg. Michael Maggard out front. Now look at this. Dalton Roberts coming up. He's going to try to squeeze around Steve Muhlenberg to get into the top 3. Austin Treadway down into the infield. As Roberts is going to get up around Muhlenberg and into 3rd. Mark Simon sitting there in 5th. Alex Schultz right down to the bottom side of Simon. Mark Simon all over the back bumper of Steve Muhlenberg. Michael Maggard out front by about a half a track over the 79A of Trent Wynn. Dalton Roberts sitting in 3rd. Mark Simon 4th. Alex Schultz, Steve Muhlenberg battling for 5th and 6th. Then you got Jordan Holloway, Terry Williams, Corey Wilson, and Eli Muhlenberg battling it out there. Shannon Geller, Carter Harrison, Pete Richardson, Oakley Ragland, Rich Dennis. Oh, look out. Tire got clipped by the 7th seed Derek Cook. Got another cone down there going to the morgue. As it is all Michael Maggard out front. Trent Wynn slowly trying to reel him in. Laps ticking down here in our Midwest Modified feature. Lap traffic is about to become an issue. As Ben Newell pulls off the Speedway. Oh, we got a road cone out in the infield. Oh, it rolled back on. The cone jumped onto the track and then went back to the infield. Michael Maggard out front. Trent Wynn slowly reeling in that 122. Oh, Donnie Betts got the tire. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow is out, yellow. As the 68 of Donnie Betts hooked the infield tractor tire and took it out into the middle of turn 4. All right, so we're going to get our starting cone back into play after it got taken out not once, not twice, but 3 times. 2 of them just in this heat or just in this feature. Somebody killed the cone on one of the laps, and then Donnie Betts decided to grab the tire and bring it out into the track. Make a little obstacle course for our drivers. All right, so it looks like the 7C of Derek Cook might have just broke his front end right there. So they are possibly calling for the tow truck, as he just kind of come to a screeching halt over there at the top of turn 2. And it is correct. They're calling for a hook on the front of Derek Cook. So he did break the front end on that 7C car. All right, race fans, lights are down. We're going to be green flag when they come out of turn number 4. Almost to the halfway point as we are 12 down, 18 to go. Out of turn 4, green flag is in the air. Michael Maggard going to lead him on down the front stretch. And into 1 and 2, Trent Wynn going to be chasing him. Dalton Roberts going to be there as well. Look out. Everybody's through 1 and 2. We're clean and green. Out of turn 4, it's Maggard, Wynn, Roberts, Simon, Muhlenberg. Kind of single file right now as Mark Simon going to take the road less traveled as he's going to go to the top shelf and try to run down your race leader. As he's to the back bumper there of Dalton Roberts. race leader, Trent Wynn, Dalton Roberts, Mark Simon, Steve Muhlenberg. That's your top 5. Then you got Jordan Holloway, Alex Schultz, Terry Williams, Corey Wilson, Pete Richardson, Eli Muhlenberg, Shannon Gellers, Sam Keller, Oakley Ragland, Donnie Betts, and Ridge Dennison. That's the field as we have gone single file kindergarten style right here for 2025 to win 3rd annual Bill Ragland Memorial 30 lap Midwest Modified feature. Oh, Richardson all over the back bumper of Corey Wilson. Pete Richardson says, dude, you need to get out of my way. I got to get back to the front. Muhlenberg going to slingshot around Richardson. Uh-oh, we're back on the track. Mark Simon got up a little too high through 3 and 4. Jumped up over the cush and come back down and kept rolling. Oh, now Alex Schultz off the power. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow is out. Yellow, yellow, yellow for the 41 of Alex Schultz. All right, so Alex Schultz getting some help back to his pits from the push truck. Trent Wynn sits in second behind Michael Maggard, and Trent Wynn gets to pick top or bottom in the Delaware double file restart, and he's going to go to the bottom side. Dalton Roberts going to go to the top. Steve Muhlenberg down to the bottom side. Mark Simon top. That's your top 5. Followed in by Jordan Holloway, Terry Williams, Corey Wilson, Eli Muhlenberg, Shannon Geller, your top 10. Then you got Pete Richardson, Sam Keller, Oakley Ragland, Donnie Betts, and Ridge Dennison. Lights are down. We will be green flag racing when they come out of turn 4. Into 3, coming out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. Stretch the field's going to go as we're clean and clear through 1 and 2. Mark Simon goes way high into the wall. And he's going to park it up there at the top of turn 3 and 4. And that is a yellow, 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 yellow. So Mark Simon was able to drive away, which I'm going to be honest, I did not see that coming. I figured as hard as he hit that wall with that right rear, he was not going to be able to drive away, but looks like he's gonna keep pushing. So with Mark Simon hitting the wall, that's going to move everybody behind him up one. So Jordan Holloway now into the number 5 spot. One to go from the flag stand. Lights are down. Michael Maggard, your race leader. Trent Wynn, Dalton Roberts, your top 3. Steve Muhlenberg, and now Jordan Holloway, your top 5. Out of turn 4, green flag is in the air. Down to the 1 and 2, we're going to hustle motor on. We got 2 around. Yellow is back out. Yellow is back out. This time for Rich Dennison and Sam Keller. All right, race fans, lights are down. We're going to be green flag after they come out of turn 4. Or when they come out of turn 4, however you would like to word that, you great folks. Green flag is back in the air. Here we go. Down to 1 and 2. We're going to rock and roll. Simon goes way high again off the cush, but he brings it back down. Everybody makes it through. We're clean and green. Down that turn 4. Everybody down on the bottom but Mark Simon. Mark Simon taking that road less travel. As he's going to be up there on the top side. Ooh, a little bit of contact between Muhlenberg and Holloway, but it's all right. We're still rolling. Michael Maggard out front. Trent Wynn. Steve Muhlenberg now into that number 3 spot. As Dalton Roberts sits forward. Corey Wilson now up into 5th. Laps are ticking down here. Your race leader comes out of turn 4. And he's followed in by a single file kindergarten style. Great driving all through the field here. Trent Wynn sits second, trying to run down Michael Maggard. As 1 and 2 starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Steve Muhlenberg sits in 3rd. Dalton Roberts 4th. Corey Wilson 5th. Then you got Jordan Holloway, Terry Williams, Eli Muhlenberg, Shannon Geller, Oakley Ragland. Michael Maggard out front with 2 more trips around. Down the back stretch he's going to go. Mark Simon pulling off the Speedway. Mark Simon off the Speedway. White flag, 1 more trip around. For the 122 of Michael Maggard. Can he take home the $2,025 payday? He's got 2 turns to go. Into 3. Out of turn number 4. Checkered flag for the 122 of Michael Maggard. Trent Wynn 2nd and Steve Muhlenberg 3rd. All right, race fans down there in victory lane, it is time to crown the 3rd annual Bill Ragland Memorial Midwest Modified Feature winner. He's going to get his safety equipment off, and then we're going to make some noise. That man had her set on kill tonight. Give it up for the 122 of Michael Maggard. You got Michael Maggard. Marilyn got Michael Maggard. Marilyn, you got to go to the trailer down here to collect your prize. Miss Marilyn got the 122 ball that Mike Striegel threw out earlier. So she's going to go visit the Outlaw Kids Racing Tour. Hey, Josh Ferris, if you are still in attendance, I need you to go to the pit shack, please. Josh Ferris, if you are in attendance, please go to the pit shack. And Mike, I'm going to need that picture you took. I need you to send it to me, brother. And your ball winner is at the trailer. Here we go, our final feature of the evening, gonna be your POWRi Hornets. On the pole, gonna be the 6 of Dustin Reeves into his outside. The 07 of Jordan Goddard. Row 2 gonna be the 80 of Jim Cook and the 7 of Alan Thompson. Row 3, you got the 3M of Bobby Mooney and the 9 of Kyle Dunn. Row 4 gonna be the 20 of Justin Day and the 66 of Max Dublin. And row number 5, you got the 32S of Alex Scarlett and the 12M of Corbin Mooney. Green flag out of turn 4. Dustin Reeves leads them down into 1 and 2. And lap 1 gonna go to the 6 of Dustin Reeves. As Reeves gonna be out front by a long shot. Jordan Goddard sits in 2nd, Jim Cook 3rd, Bobby Mooney 4th, Alan Thompson 5th, but he's got Kyle Dunn to his outside. Dustin Reeves starting to check out and be gone like yesterday. As he's out front by a little over a half a straightaway lead. Oh, Kyle Dunn off the speedway at the top of turn 2. Yellow, yellow, yellow is out, yellow is out. All right, here we go. Lights are down. Out of turn number 4. Green flag is back up in the air. Dustin Reed's going to lead them on down into 1 and 2. Jim Cook coming around the outside of Jordan Goddard. Bobby Mooney right there to the back of Jordan Goddard. Now you're going to see 3 wide for seconds. Here comes Max Dublin around the outside. Alan Thompson down to the bottom side. Oh, a little bit of contact up front here. But up front, it's Dustin Reeves by his lonesome. Jim Cook, Jordan Goddard. Oh! Bobby Mooney, Jordan Goddard, and Jim Cook, they're all bumping and banging, playing a little bit of bumper cars down there, but we're going to stay rolling clean and green. Max Dublin to the outside of Alan Thompson, who sits in the number 7 car. And it looks like Thompson might have trouble as he's kind of slowed up. But out front, Reeves, a full straightaway lead over Cook and Goddard, who battled out for 2nd and 3rd. Bobby Mooney sits in 4th, watching the battle unfold. Dustin Reeves crosses the stripe. Here comes Jordan Goddard, who sits in 2nd. Jim Cook back to 3rd. Bobby Mooney 4th. Max Dublin up to 5th. Dublin starting to run down the 3M of Bobby Mooney. Alan Thompson going to sit there in that number 6 spot. Corbin Mooney 7th, and Kyle Dunn rounds out your field. I keep watching this battle right here between Jim Cook and Jordan Goddard for 2nd and 3rd. Them two are duking it out like 2 prize fighters, neither one backing down an inch. As it's Goddard by the front end of a car, or I should say the front end of a Cavalier. That's what both of them are driving. But Dustin Reeves is long gone, about a half a track lead over the man in 2nd. At one point, 2nd place is Jordan Goddard, and then it's Jim Cook. And it's Jordan Goddard, and then it's Jim Cook. So we're just going to wait and see how this plays out. Now Jordan Goddard kind of solidified that spot. Jim Cook, Bobby Mooney, Max Dublin, your top 5, with Dustin Reeves being the man out front. 2 laps to go here for the final feature of the Bill Ragland Memorial. Into 3, Reeves goes out of turn 4, comes your race leader. He's going to see the white flag. One more trip around for Dustin Reeves. Here comes the rest of the field, literally a half a track lead. Coming out of turn number 4, checkered flag for the 6 of Dustin Reeves. Jordan Goddard 2nd and Jim Cook 3rd. Charlie and Wyatt, please come to the announcer's booth. Charlie, Wyatt, please come to the announcer's booth. All right, race fans, time to crown our final feature winner of the evening. Down there in Victory Lane. He's going to get his safety equipment off, and he's going to climb out of that POWRi Hornet. Give it up for the 6 of Dustin Reeves. Race fans, as you exit the facility, I want to tell everybody, please drive safe for the remainder of your weekend. Drive safe on the way home. And we'll see you next Friday night right here for our season championship for the 2025 season at the mighty Midway in Lebanon, Missouri.